Jo.
Hallå.
Kommer ingenting. Du sätter på den. Är den på?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to welcome all of you to the opening seminar of St. Olav Waterway, a pilgrimage back in time. My name is Maria Engberg, and I'm working as a senior lecturer at the University of Applied Sciences of Novia. And I will this afternoon act as the moderator for this seminar. We have a full afternoon to look forward to, with many interesting speeches, and we hope that the speakers will stick to their time slot. In case the speakers exceed their time, I will gently make them aware of this with a comment. There will be a break halfway through the seminar, and we are planning to finish the seminar at 5 o'clock. In case you for some reason did not sign the name list by the registration, we would kindly like to remind you to do this during the break. With these words, I invite Mikko Hupa, Rector of Åbo Akademi University, to officially open the seminar.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed seminar participants. As Rector of Åbo Akademi, it is my honor to open the seminar for the new St. Olav Waterway Pilgrim Trail. I cannot resist telling you an interesting coincidence in my today's program, because just in the morning I happened to be in a very nice meeting with the city of Turku, and the topic of that meeting was, among others, the fast train to Helsinki, the so-called 1 hour train to Helsinki. And now I have this opportunity to come and share with you the opening of the St. Olav's Waterway Pilgrim Trail. So it's good to see that we have activities into many directions in this city. For Åbo Akademi, this is a new and exciting opportunity to be involved in founding a new pilgrim trail. And this will be a pilgrim trail that winds its way through our stunning Turku archipelago and the unique natural beauty of the Åland Islands on its way to Trondheim, Norway. What a wonderful idea. I also see links with both our research and our strategic plans at Åbo Akademi, which connects us with this project. One of our mission words in our strategy is boundary breaking. We want to be a boundary breaking university, and we also place emphasis on sustainable development and diversity, Nordic cooperation and social responsibility. And to some extent, same things can be also realized in the St. Olav Waterway Pilgrim Trail project. We have also a long-maintained research profile area at Åbo Akademi, which we call in the broad sense the sea. That research concerns very much and mostly the Baltic Sea from different points of view. Very much marine biology and things about the quality of the biology in the sea, but also It has aspects of logistics and transportation over the seas, harbors and things like that. It's a cross-disciplinary research area. And this also, in a nice way, connects to this thought of a waterway through the Baltic Sea. Åbo Akademi works to ensure that also our research achieves a social impact. You have certainly heard that it's more and more stressed today that the universities also show social impact in their activities, not only research and education. Of course, sometimes we think that by doing good research and good education, we do also social impact. But on top of that, people like to see the universities also visible in the context of the society. Research results, of course, directly offer improved, in the best case, improved well-being, economic benefits. Science can serve as a basis for world views and education, and all of this is social impact. Now when we have our present strategy update going on every 4 years, we do it. We will have a lot of focus on this, how to, the best way, connect to the social impact. And this way, I think this project is a very good example of that sort of social impact that we want to be part of also in the future. But let's return to the Pilgrim Trail of St. Olav Waterway. I find the whole idea of Pilgrim Trail to be very, for an engineer like me, it is very fascinating to go back to history this way. Somehow the whole point may be here to move at a pace that allows time for reflection, introspection, and respect for the world around you. And of course, if we compare with the 1-hour train, so I see here complementary dimensions in these two projects. I would like to wish all of you a productive and gratifying seminar, and Godspeed on the St. Olav Waterway.
Here is a symbolic thank you in the form of a seed, and the idea is that you can plant this seed. It will become a pilgrim tree wherever you think is a perfect place. And it says here that don't throw me, grow me. And the next speaker is Söderlund, the project coordinator of St. Olav Waterway.
Thank you very much. For you who are from other countries than Finland, I have to remind you that Åbo Akademi University is the only Swedish-speaking university outside Sweden, so you don't forget that. Dear friends, a dream has come true. I could stop right here, because that's how it is. But I will say something more. This is also the time for a summary and thanks. although the project will still go on for a few months. I won't speak about St. Olav, since other speakers will tell us about him and his cult, and also about other already existing St. Olav routes. I want to talk about the brand new pilgrimage route that we will start walking tomorrow at 10 o'clock. First of all, this is a specifically Nordic project, which has been very important to us inside the project and also outside. We have connected Finland and Åland to Sweden and Norway, the Nordic family, by this project. But the borders are left. But this is more in our heads. I spent my own childhood in the archipelago with many Norwegian children who also lived in the archipelago at that time. This is why I personally find this route especially excellent, and I'm so glad we have people from Norway here today. St. Olav Waterway is a sustainable tourism project. The first section of the route passes through Archipelago National Park and UNESCO Archipelago Sea Biosphere Reserve. Both of these areas especially oblige us to commit to sustainable tourism. For the environment, the best option is a pilgrim route. But we don't want so many people as on Santiago de Compostela, of course. But some thousand people would be okay. Another important target for this project is to extend the tourist season on the islands and rural areas. Sustainable tourism considered instead of the fully booked month of July. Spring, early summer, August and early autumn are great season for trekking. So far, us islanders have had the silence, the colors and the birds migrating almost all for ourselves. We wish to share this happiness with other people, and so do the tourist entrepreneurs. Our first official pilgrim, Duarte, from Portugal, who started his travel from Turku exactly at the right time, that was at Easter, he is already approaching his destination, Trondheim, maybe today or tomorrow. It is very important also that St. Olav Waterway is an official St. Olav route and thereby one of the European culture routes. This makes it a part of a larger body and brings us to the same European map with, for instance, Santiago de Compostela, known all over the world. That route, by the way, was the first European culture route nominated decades ago. Yet another vital target for this project is to help people to be happy. This, however, was not mentioned in the project plan. I hope it's okay for the finances. Okay, thanks, Samuel. But who would not dream about the perfect freedom of walking away with your backpack towards the peace of nature, fresh air, the rippling water, or then maybe a proper storm. One foot in front of the other, and again, so many times that you leave behind all of your everyday worries. That's a dream for very many. I have often wondered why this project seems to be so special, so much like the mother of all projects. Kaikkien hankkeiden äiti in Finnish. Why does this pilgrimage route cause so many positive vibrations for different people? And why do so many journalists, photographers, poets, and artists want to appreciate this particular project? The answer could, quite simply, be that so many people share the same dream of reaching happiness by trekking. Another frequently asked question is where and when it all started. It was, of course, in Stiklestad 1,000 years ago. It's the short question, or the short answer. But whose idea was it to create a pilgrimage route from Turku to Trondheim via Åland and Sweden? There are quite a few responsible for that, and I will say who they are. Right now I want to thank Aro and Uma Söderlund and Elisabeth and Per-Olof Andersson. The first mentioned are present, so please enter here for the cameras. Where are you? So I don't know, you stand here, near me, so the camera see us, and Elisabeth and Per-Olof can see us. Okay, put it there. Without your hard work to prompt the route, we would not be here. Without your enthusiasm, energy, and stubbornness, we would not be here. Thank you for rubbing it in for so many years that finally the only alternative was just to start doing it. So my warmest thanks to the four of you, the Anderssons, who are watching this in Sweden. Stay for a while. The project has more midwives. Estamiros from Åland was the person who brought us 8 partners together several years ago. Without you, we would not be here. Please, Esther, join us. And finally, building the route really started when the financing was arranged. Without project funding from the Central Baltic Program, we would not be here, any of us. Mr. Samo Numminen, representative of the major funder, please step forward. So now you see all the people who are responsible of these time hours together. But yet we must not forget the funding from the local government of Åland, the Regional Council of Southwest Finland, and all the partners themselves. Thank you all. Now you can applaud. Thank you. Wait for the... Thank you. Eventually, then the creation of the route was for the project group, and a lot of volunteers to do. Without a project group so brilliant and energetic, never fearing the obstacles that we naturally also have had, it has not been just dancing on the roses, as you can imagine. Without you, we would not be here. I personally, as the project coordinator, want to thank the project group, my great friends, for this exciting journey together. We will carry on and carry on and carry on. You will be more officially thanked at a later moment during the seminar. But I also want to remember all these hundreds of volunteers who are working for this pilgrim route today also. Without you, we would not be here. And then some words in Swedish. Karin Boye har skrivit väldigt många vandringsvänliga dikter, även om hon kanske inte då tänkte på att det var det de var. Kanske hon var en pilgrimsvandrare, i alla fall till sitt sinnelag, tror jag faktiskt. Här är några av hennes tankar. Den kändaste är förstås: nog finns det mål och mening i vår färd, men det är vägen som är mödan värd. Den mätta dagen, den är aldrig störst. Den bästa dagen är en dag av törst. Det har vi fått tänka på när vi planerar rutten och vet att man måste kunna få vatten med jämna mellanrum. Men ibland lyckas det inte riktigt på alla ställen, men det är en viktig sak. Det bästa målet är en nattlång rast där elden tänds och brödet bryts i hast. Det är en fin mening och den är bra att tänka på alltid då och då, men just nu vill vi ju säga, även om det har regnat idag, att pilgrimer ska helst inte alls öppna eld i naturen. Det är lika bra så. Man kan gå till någon grillplats och grilla sin korv där om man vill. För det börjar faktiskt bli ett problem med klimatförändringen också, att det är väldigt, väldigt torrt, särskilt i skärgården, men bränderna har ställt till det för oss i det här projektet, för det har brunnit faktiskt flera delar av leden som vi nog borde gå på, och i vintras var det stormen på Åland som gjorde många problem. På ställen där man sover blott en gång blir sömnen trygg och drömmen full av sång. Det låter också fint, men det beror ju på med hur många man sover i härberget. Det finns ju ett litet härberge på Åland, till exempel på Kökar, så att genom att sova där kan det hända att det går bra, men det kan också vara lite oljud eventuellt. Och sen den sista. Bryt upp, den nya dagen gryr. Oändligt är vårt stora äventyr. Denna mening ska vi tänka på i måndag, när vi som pilgrims vandrar för första gången, när vi vaknar på den ljuva ön Pensar i Nagu, då invigningsvandringen fortsätter. Vi ska gå vidare klockan 06.15. Så då är det fint att tänka att man har igen en dag i sitt liv framför sig vandrande. Thank you. Tack. Kiitos.
Thank you very much, Nina. Next, I'm requesting Hans Mårten Lövröd, Head of the National Pilgrim Center in Trondheim. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear fellow pilgrims. Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate you all for realizing the project St. Olav Waterway, and welcome you as partner to the Association for the Cultural Route of St. Olav Ways. St. Olav Waterway represents a valuable extension of the pilgrim path to Trondheim. This pilgrim path has brought the European cultural route to Finland and also connected the Nordic countries even closer, as Nina already has mentioned. I will start my presentation with some information about the European cultural route. Then I will tell you about the historical and cultural context of the legacy of St. Olav, the rediscovery of pilgrimage in Norway, the pilgrims of today, and the next steps to be taken for the cultural route of St. Olav Ways. It was supposed to be the next picture, but yeah, there it goes. The program of the cultural routes of the Council of Europe was launched in Santiago in 1987 by the Santiago de Compostela Declaration. And it was launched to show how the roots of European identity can be founded of a shared citizenship. I read from the declaration: the human dimension of society, the ideals of freedom and justice, and confidence in progress are the principles which, throughout history, have forged the different cultures that go to make the specifically European identity. The cultural identity has been and still is made possible by the existence of a European space bearing the collective memory and crisscrossed by roads and paths which overcome distance, frontiers and languages barriers. May the faith which has inspired pilgrims throughout history, uniting them in a common aspiration and transcending national differences and interests, inspire us today, and young people in particular, to travel along these routes in order to build a society founded on tolerance, respect for others, freedom, and solidarity. Cultural routes demonstrate, by means of a journey through space and time, how the heritage of cultures of different and distant regions of Europe contribute to a shared cultural heritage. Cultural routes put into practice the fundamental principles promoted by the Council of Europe: human rights, democracy, participation, cultural diversity, and identity. They encouraged intercultural dialogue, mutual exchange, and enrichment across boundaries and centuries. Preserving and enhancing the shared cultural heritage of Europe is essential to understand who we are and where we come from, in order to face our common future. And now we invite Finland and St. Olav Waterway to join us on this voyage of discovery. The Norse king Olav Haraldsson was born in the south of Norway in the year 995 and martyred at Stiklestad, July 29th in the year of 2030. During his lifetime, he became a significant political leader at European level. And his great idea was to unite Norway into one Christian kingdom. This brought him to the battle at Stiklestad, where he was killed. 1 year later, he was declared a saint, and the pilgrimage to his shrine in Trondheim started immediately. There are a lot of churches, chapels, and altars dedicated to St. Olav around in Europe, and they are marked with the black dots on the map here. And as you can see, several of them are also located here in Finland. After the Lutheran Reformation, pilgrimage was prohibited in all Lutheran countries. During the second half of the 20th century, the pilgrim tradition was taken up again. The first groups of pilgrims coming to Trondheim in modern time dates back to the late 1950s, when small groups of people came from Sweden. In the 1970s, ministers of the Cathedral of Trondheim reported people coming to the cathedral and describing themselves as pilgrims. The late dean of the cathedral recalls how they, as Protestant ministers, were not well versed with pilgrimage, lacking knowledge of both the theology and the praxis. At the same time, Norwegians started traveling to Santiago de Compostela in Spain in order to experience the modern phenomenon of pilgrimage. Inspired by having experienced the Camino and Santiago de Compostela, the book In the Pilgrim's Footsteps was published in 1992 and presented the medieval pilgrim routes of Norway for a Norwegian audience. Gradually, local church congregations organized pilgrim walks to Trondheim. Another factor was that Norway and Lillehammer hosted the Winter Olympic Games in 1994. When the games were over, the tourism industry began looking for other ways to make use of available accommodation capacity. They came to focus on the old medieval pilgrim route through Gudbrandsdalen Valley, the old inland route used by travelers in Norway throughout the centuries on their way from Oslo to Hamar and Trondheim, and thereby contribute in renewing the pilgrimage tradition of walking to Nidaros Cathedral in Trondheim. Toward the end of the 1990s, it was decided to signpost the route from Oslo through Gudbrandsdalen Valley, as well as the route through mid-Sweden via Stiklestad, which both end up in Trondheim at a total distance of 930 kilometers. The initiative came from the Ministry of Environmental Affairs in Norway, and the first official pilgrim route was opened in 1997 by the Crown Prince of Norway. At the request of the Ministry of Culture and Church Affairs, a report on how the tradition of pilgrimage could be developed and renewed in Norway was commissioned and submitted in 2009. On the one hand, the report suggested a large-scale economic investment on behalf of the state in pilgrimage, on continued waymarking and establishment of lodging and pilgrim centers. On the other hand, the report created enthusiasm and the belief that it would be possible to rekindle the pilgrim tradition in Norway on a large scale. The report was inspired in particular by Santiago and gave vivid reports of present-day pilgrimage on the Camino. Experiences from Santiago showed the potential for business development related to pilgrim tourism. This applies to both cities and countryside, aspects that have been important factors in triggering the governmental focus on pilgrimage in Norway. The overarching vision of the report was that Trondheim in 2030, the 1,000-year celebration of St. Olav, would be one of the most important pilgrim destinations in Europe, and some of us still have this vision. After having received the report, the Minister on Cultural and Church Affairs gave a speech pointing out the further direction of the governmental work on pilgrimage in Norway. In this speech, he pinpoints the reasons why the Norwegian government is involved in pilgrimage. He points to the contemporary trends of spirituality, simplification, and ecology as driving factors behind the present-day pilgrimage renaissance. From this point of view, he envisions the government's work on pilgrimage to be part of an answer to these trends, underlining that commercial interests in pilgrimage are secondary. Only a small number of the suggestions in the report were implemented. However, the most important undertaking has been the establishment of the National Pilgrim Center and also regional centers along the pilgrim paths, and support for continuous waymarking. In 2010, the route of St. Olav Ways succeeded in receiving the European Cultural Route status for the network of pilgrim paths through Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. And today, we celebrate Finland and St. Olav Waterway as our fourth partner in the network. The Norwegian government's highly anticipated strategy on pilgrimage was published in 2012. The strategy document points to the fact that pilgrimage is an important part of the European cultural heritage and at the same time represents a unique opportunity to experience Norwegian nature, national heritage sites, cultural, faith, and people. 4 areas are pointed to as central to the strategy: environment, business, church, and culture. Included in these areas are the dissemination of history and culture, public health benefits, the establishment of businesses along the pilgrim's route, and the promotion of the St. Olav Ways as an attractive product for national and international tourism. Of special interest from a historical point of view is what is said under the heading for church. At this point, it is underscored that the revitalization of pilgrimage contributes to the continuation of the Christian faith and tradition as an important source of identity and belonging for people of today. It is emphasized that it is of mutual ecumenical interest uniting all the Christian churches. Furthermore, it is underlined that this Christian heritage shall not have an exclusionary effect in how pilgrimage is promoted with regard to other beliefs and worldviews. The work is to be inclusive with regard to different interests and motivations. In this way, the government of Norway has unfolded a strategy that is historical rooted, yet renewed and adapted to the multicultural and multi-religious society of present day. Pilgrimage is promoted as an inclusive praxis of identity formation along cultural, historical, and religious lines. To walk on ancient routes to sacred sites is the essential of pilgrimage, historically and contemporary. Unlike ancient times, we are now living in a diverse cultural and religious society. Modern pilgrims define in greater sense both reason and motivation for their pilgrimage. Regardless of the motivation, the common denominator of the pilgrim's experiences seems to be the same as it always has been: a spiritual journey close to nature, meeting with fellow pilgrims, and common identity through cultural and history. Slowness, freedom, simplicity, carelessness, silence, spirituality, and sharing are essential elements for many. No one but the pilgrims can claim ownership to the pilgrim phenomenon today. A couple of years ago, the National Pilgrim Center hosted the Minister of Cultural Affairs and invited guests on a pilgrimage from Oslo to Trondheim. The group of politicians and decision makers spent 4 days along the pilgrim path. During this pilgrimage, the minister announced a renewal of the strategy and a long-term plan to strengthen the pilgrimage project. Her idea was to look into ongoing development and experiences so far, both national and international. Within this framework, we have discussed vision, main goal, key questions, and issues such as organization, funding, and priorities. Hopefully, the renewed strategy will help us building St. Olav Ways even stronger, more attractive, and more accessible year by year, so that we can reach our vision for the celebration in 2030. Thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker today is Riitta Kaivosoja, Director General from the Department for Art and Cultural Policy at the Ministry of Education and Culture. Welcome.
Distinguished guests of the seminar, dear friends, hyvät naiset ja herrat, mina damer och herrar. It's a great pleasure for me to take part in this seminar of St. Olav Waterway. I'm very happy to see you, so many of you here in a beautiful Turku. Det är så fint att ni är så många här i vackra Turku. The St. Olav Waterway has been in many ways a unique project aiming to create the Nordic pilgrimage route that utilizes sea. You have done a pioneering work to build the cultural route and to integrate it to the wider St. Olav culture route, which is one of the 38 Council of Europe's certified culture routes. Your project is a great example of cooperation between different actors: public administration, educational institutions, the pilgrimage associations, culture and tourism stakeholders. The cooperation has provided a solid ground for maintenance on the route after the project ends. Your work provides an excellent model also for other developing cultural routes in Finland and connecting them to the European cultural routes networks. My warmest congratulations to all of you involved in the development work. The culture routes cooperation of the Council of Europe began in 1987. That is more than 30 years ago. In 2010, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe adopted the enlarged Partial Agreement on Culture Routes. The agreement was confirmed in 2013. 33 countries are members of the agreement and there are 3 observers. Actually, Sweden is one of the observers just now. Finland joined the enlarged Partial Agreement on Cultural Routes in 2018, and we take actively part in cooperation. In Finland, the Ministry of Education and Culture managed the implementation of the agreement, and the Visit Finland's Culture Finland program coordinates concrete activities as part of the national development of cultural tourism. The cultural routes cooperation base on and promotes the cultural heritage conventions of the Council of Europe. The National Board of Antiquities, together with the ministries and other cultural heritage actors, contributes to the cooperation of these conventions. The enlargement agreement of the cultural routes of the Council of Europe has proven an excellent framework for international cooperation in the field of culture, heritage and cultural tourism. In our world of today, this kind of cooperation is very important. The cooperation allows us to play our part in fostering shared European values, democracy and intercultural dialogue. By taking part in the cultural routes cooperation, we can learn from our European partners, exchange know-how and contribute to the European level conversation. As of June 2019, there are 38 certified cultural routes in the Council of Europe, crossing over 50 countries and covering varied themes of European memory, history and heritage, while contributing to diversity of present-day Europe. The certification is a label of excellence, awarded by the members of the Enlargement Partial Agreement on Cultural Routes of Council of Europe. 3 of the certified routes have Finnish partners. In addition, now officially opening the St. Olav Waterway, the Hansa route and the Viking culture route have members from Finland. On the new certified routes, the Iron Curtain Trail and the European Route of Industrial Heritage extend to our country. I'm very happy to see that the steps that has been taken and look forward to further routes located in Finland. The Council of Europe's cooperation of the cultural routes has been considered a success, especially in promoting development in remote areas. At the heart of the cooperation lies the development of sustainable cultural tourism. That is important Speaking about the competitiveness and sustainability of tourism, we cannot emphasize enough the role of culture. For most destinations in Europe, culture is the major source of destination attractiveness and thus for tourism development. According to the international studies, about 16% of travelers name culture a key factor when choosing their holiday destinations, and 40 to 50% of tourists actively is linked to culture or cultural heritage. The World Tourism Organization has estimated that culture-based tourism is one of the fastest growing sector of tourism, about 15% per year. Finland holds the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe from last November to the 17th of May this year. As part of the presidency program, the Ministry of Education and Culture hosted the consultation on cultural routes in the Baltic Sea region in March. The event was organized in the framework of the Route for You, which is a joint program between the Council of Europe and the European Commission. The Route for You program aims at strengthening regional development through the cultural routes in line with the 4 EU macro-regional strategies and the FAR Convention of the Council of Europe, which emphasizes the important aspect of heritage as they relate to human rights and democracy. In Helsinki consultation, we put emphasis on the specific new themes such as modern architecture, and we have already heard of the route of Alvar Aalto buildings, maritime heritage and ice age trails. Dear friends, culture of yesterday has been, culture of today is, and the culture of tomorrow will be a way, a route and a path. By walking on it, by cycling on it, by maintaining it, we can create connections and bridges between people and strengthen well-being and economic development of local communities. Today we celebrate the opening of a new cultural route that illustrates a history of pilgrimage. Pilgrimage was once a spiritual journey on which one went to express one's faith, to express gratitude and to pray. Nowadays it still can be a spiritual journey, but also a cultural tour through history and today's culture, or a trip to enjoy the beautiful landscapes or nature and villages life along one's journey. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Culture, I wish everybody success on the St. Olav Waterways and unique experiences for the travelers of that route. Thank you.
Our following speaker is an architect by profession, and she has been working on promoting cultural roots. She's also working on the National Board of Antiquities, and these, among other things, make her a heritage expert. Marianne Lehtimäki, welcome.
I'd also like to congratulate all actors of St. Olav Road. You have been doing wonderful work. As Director General Riitta Kaivosoja mentioned, St. Olav's Waterways provides us a national significant example of cooperation between different sectors and across areas, based on integration and local development and cultural assets. The concept of cultural roots of the Council of Europe is cooperation. It's about cooperation based on sustainable utilization of heritage resources as values which the root community wants to nurture purposefully and to share. Cooperation is the key challenge of a route. It's a key success factor. When creating partnerships and license, it's good to consider a kind of route impact assessment strategy. To create a route which leads to planned social impact, to cultural input, and to economic outcome for the hosting community. A cultural route is a structural organization which creates a platform for cooperation and synergies between cultural, tourism, and economic stakeholders. About heritage. Cultural route concept learns us that cultural heritage is not an island. Culture is regenerated in crossroads. The concept of cultural route valorizes these connections, contacts, and influences. Culture flows, jumps, spreads, safeguards, it changes. Culture creates heritage, and heritage maintains culture. Heritage resources here in a cultural route, they include a tangible heritage, meaning the legacy which we can touch and look at, be it buildings, landscape, historic vehicles, or object. Everything what is our heritage in the frame of the route team and activities. But this heritage includes also intangible heritage, which facilitates the safeguarding, sharing, and preservation of material cultural heritage for future generation. The concept of intangible heritage gathers the use, the skills, crafts, knowledge, and common will, religion, and our belief, will to cherish the before mentioned tangible heritage. It's also festivals, events, seasonal skills. These all are part of the heritage we are sharing. And these resources of a cultural route, they embody also nature, not only as an operative environment, but as importantly referring to values which the road community addresses to nature, interpreting the landscape as part of the route team. Cultural route is a thematic approach for local development, which brings together actors cross sectors of local and regional development, culture and cultural heritage and tourism, and local inhabitants and visitors. It's a new, more comprehensive way of promoting and developing an area. All this will be done in cooperation with other sectors across borders, with peer and professional support on national and on international level. Our example here, St. Olav's route, refers to a turning point from prehistory to Middle Ages, incorporation of western and southern coastal areas to Catholic Church and emerging Kingdom of Sweden. It is a we are talking about a metamorphose of time and space. Centuries, livelihoods of hunters and fishermen, villages and tribes came across influences of Catholic and European cultures. History, heritage, archives, landscape, itineraries, and the will and skills of present actors facilitates interpretation of this meeting. Activities and dissemination, communication, and tourist supply are all part of this interpretation. I will go now further a bit these social impacts, cultural impacts, and economic impacts of a route. So as said, Finland joined EPA just a year ago, 2018. And as Mårten Lövröd already mentioned, the first or the central concept here is the Council of Europe's objective of enhancing democracy and the values of democracy, rule of law, equality and social cohesion, an inclusive society respecting the diversity of cultures and culture as part of human rights. These route activities implement this objective of democracy. They embody interaction, enhancing open, fair and democratic society, interpreting and integrating local values, heritage values to European thematic framework and transmitting them across sectors, from locals to visitors to different levels, local, regional, Nordic, European and global. On road level, activities liven up the area and offer a wider range of services to residents, strengthening the permanent settlements and services. Developing of hospitality and safeguarding of cultural resources enhance attractive image of the areas and create destinations and local self-esteem. And improved access, participation and involvement to cultural activities constructs a sense of belonging to the local heritage community. Creation of a cultural route or extension of a route requires enthusiasm and interest for own heritage, as we have seen here very finely. Openness and accessibility generates multidisciplinary partnerships, local and international license. Cultural route is about sustainable and integrated use of cultural resources. Cultural routes are centers for learning, ideas, concepts, and way of life. Cultural contents and actors are involved in tourism supply and development. It's about cultural exchange, to invite travelers to discover a broad range of distinctive cultural offers and experiences. And these intercultural dialogues enhance pluralism, tolerance, and broad-mindedness. And these are the roots of culture. Visitors are increasingly looking for individual local experiences. They are looking for authenticity and interaction with locals. As a result, the growing interest and customized experiences are emphasized in the tourism and event industry. Upgraded tourism offers, which are anchored to local resources, actors, and local development assets, diversify regional and local economies. They create new businesses, they interest new investors, capitals, development of cultural industries, actors and cross-sector networks developing activities and entrepreneurship. They enhance year-round tourism and this development and managing a route of destination provides and products and constructs and builds competence that can be used for developing indicators for route operators, for a digital system for tourism. And this, in turn, is resulting in increased demand, direct and indirect tourism income and tax revenue. So, as said, St. Olav's route creates us an example which we will follow nearly, and we will try to learn and share these experiences. In the development of national cultural tourism policies, I think that this will be an important part. And there, it's the need to consider what would be the best policy assistance for cultural route activities on national level. And then you will also get assistance from the St. Olav route actors elsewhere, from the governing body of the enlarged partial agreement on cultural route and European Institute on Cultural Routes, on training academies. So there will be local, national and international communities following you and trying to assist you where you visit. Thank you very much. Oops.
Sofia Salin and Olle Linder will now entertain us with some music. Sofia Salin will later give a speech about a fascinating concept. However, I will not say anything more, but at this point, let the music speak for itself. After the musical performance, there will be a break, and we're going to continue at 3:30. There will be sweet and salty snacks served in the lobby outside, as well as in the cafeteria. Sofia Salin and Olle Linder, welcome.
We are very much honored to be invited here today to be together in this premiere of the new St. Olav Waterway. We just have some arrangement for the sound. Are you ready? This one?
Yes. Tell them about it.
Does anybody here know what we just listened to? You know? Anyone else? Okay, you have to.
The bells from the Cathedral in Trondheim.
That's right. This was the bells from the Cathedral of Nidaros in Trondheim. Are we ready to
Rock. Yeah.
rock? Sancte
actually my first tune that I wrote myself, inspired by walking the St. Olav's path in Sweden. And as you heard, inspired by the bells of Nidarosdomen, and also music from the 12th century written in Nidarosdomen. But now we're in Finland, right? And why is that so? As far as I'm concerned, there's a quite obvious connection that's also very Swedish and a bit Russian and Ukrainian also. And so I would like to introduce you to Ingegerd Olofsdotter. How many of you in here have heard that name before? Ingegerd Olofsdotter? Yeah, quite a few, but not everybody. She was Swedish, at least at first. She was born in Sweden, a daughter of the king Olov Waterway, the first king in Sweden that got baptized. And already in her youth, she had an active part in trying to make peace between Norway and Sweden, or Norway, the name of Sweden was Svidjod at the time. She actually was engaged to be married with Olav Haraldsson for a while. But her father, Olov Waterway, he didn't like Olav Haraldsson, so he broke that promise, and Ingegerd married Jaroslav of Novgorod. So she came here to Novgorod through Finland, I suppose. And also here she was an active peacemaker. The brothers of Jaroslav, they were fighting about areas, but she made a good arrangement, and everything came to peace, so the country could flourish for the first time. All this is told by Snorre Sturlason in his Tales of Kings. Ingegerd and Jaroslav, they were innovators. As they moved to Kiev, they welcomed people, architects, handicraftsmen, and so on from Greece to build the new city of Kiev. And here it is also important to tell that when Olav came to Novgorod and stayed there, he brought his son Magnus. And later when Olav went back to Norway to regain the crown, he left Magnus with Ingegerd and Jaroslav. So later on, when the Norwegian people maybe regretted that they have killed Olav, they sent people to Ingegerd and Jaroslav to get Magnus back. Am I right? Yeah? Yeah. Just one moment. So Ingegerd is having a really essential part of this story, I would say. So we will now present to you 3 tunes together. First is a song about Anna. So who is now Anna, Saint Anna? It happened to be like this, that Ingegerd, she also became a saint after her death in the Orthodox Church. So she is Saint Anna of Novgorod. It has been told that she cared a lot for poor people in the countries where she lived, and the last year of her life she spent as a nun. So in Greek, in Orthodox Church, there are of course music written about her. I will sing a troparion of Saint Anna for you, and then a very old song, about 2,300 years old, from Greece. I think maybe one of the handicraft men that came to Kiev brought this song, Seiklos Epitaph, the oldest tune you can find that has been written. And after that, we get contemporary again, with a waltz of the archipelago written by Ole Linder. That would be nice. Let me first read, I will sing in Swedish, this troparion, so first in English. By the way, in which direction is west? Here. Where is Sweden and Norway? There? Okay. Having shone forth from the west, like a star of heavenly radiance, thou wast vouchsafed to receive the Orthodox faith, and having brought forth right glorious fruit for the Russian land therein, O holy right-believing great Princess Anna, thou did love Christ with all thy heart, keeping his statutes and laws, wherefore, celebrating thy most holy memory today, through thy supplications, we receive remission of sins. Som en himmelskt lysande stjärna framträdde du från väster. Du förunnades antaga den ortodoxa tron. I denna frambragte du en välsignad frukt åt det heliga ryska landet, heliga rätttrogna furstinna Anna. Du älskade Kristus av hela ditt hjärta, och du bevarade hans rättfärdighet och lagar. genom dina förböner, syndernas förlåtelse. Amen. Och som sägs med en hålos i lipo, rosolijones titosen, toteros o chronos apeti. Nu är livskrona, lämna alla sorger. Tiden är bara en kort minut och tiden har sitt pris. Thank you very much. And now, as I understand, there's an interval. Maybe you will say something more about it. But I just wanted to suggest, I have placed some paper on a high round table with a text for a song for later on this afternoon. So please have one if you'd like. It's a translation to English from Swedish.
Ei muu.
I hope that you enjoyed the snacks and had a chance to mingle and socialize, and are now ready for the second half of the seminar. I hereby welcome Bishop Björn Vikström, Diocese of Borgå.
Thank you, and I will tell a few words about the biblical and theological roots of pilgrimage and hospitality. But why hospitality? Because hospitality is the flip side of the coin. There can be no pilgrimage without people showing hospitality to the pilgrims. The first Christians were sometimes called those who walk the path, or those who walk the road together. And the disciples of Jesus, they were called to follow him. So to be a Christian is to be a follower, somebody who walks in the footsteps of Jesus. The Christian church is also compared to the people of God, who, like the people of Israel, walks through the desert aiming at the promised land. When we look at the church as a community on the move, we understand that the situation where we are today depends on choices made by those who have traveled before us. But now it's our time to make our decisions to in which direction we should move. Faith is something that shouldn't just be words, but also something we do together. There should be a very close connection between faith and love. And today, the concept living theology is used quite often, and this tries to emphasize that theology is not just something you do inside your head, but also something you show by living together, by praying together, by going on a pilgrimage, by doing things. So theology is a way of expressing your faith, your dependence on God. One important example of a pilgrimage is the narrative, the story about two disciples who walk from Jerusalem after the death and resurrection of Jesus, and they meet Jesus on the road, but they don't recognize him. But he starts to explain, with the help of the scriptures, why Messiah had to die and why God had resurrected him. But an interesting point of the story is that even though they probably get the best biblical interpretation you can get, they didn't recognize Jesus until he stopped with them at night and shared the bread. And I think this is also something very important when we talk about pilgrimage. It's not just something where we go into our heads and think about our life. It's also something that we do together, and in sharing our meals, sharing our life, sharing our road, we can recognize something about ourselves, but also about God. When we look at symbols and parables in the Bible, we notice that many of these have something to do with traveling, with paths, with roads. We get lost, or we can get lost. We can divert from the path, but we can also find our way back to the right path. And we can be found by the Good Shepherd, who rejoices for every lamb who is found, for everyone who is found and saved. Jesus also talked about the narrow way and the broad way. You maybe notice this street in New York, the Broadway. But we should actually choose the narrow way, which means when we compare a path to, let's say, a highway, a motorway, a motorway is constructed that we should not have to take in consideration those who we meet, and we should just be able to move as fast as possible from point A to point B, as a certain train you have heard about today. But the path, on a path, we are very much aware of the surroundings. We are walking in the nature with all our senses, feeling and looking around us. And when somebody comes in the other direction, we have to take a step to the side. We have even to look him or her into the eye and maybe say something. So in this way, the narrow way is maybe sometimes a little more complicated, but at least as a picture for life, it's something we should follow. Other important stories in the Bible is the story about the prodigal son, the son who went away, took half of his father's money and lost everything. But when he returned to his father's house, he was received with open arms and a feast. Or we can think about, I mentioned before, the people of Israel walking from slavery to the promised land, where they, during this travel, were nourished day by day by God. They got what they needed to eat and water. And some of them, among those Moses, knew at the very early stage that he will never reach the goal. He was told by God that you will not be among those who will reach the promised land. But still he continued to walk, to lead the others in the direction that he considered to be the right one. Here we maybe notice I have created a new word by mistake, hospitability. It sounds good, but of course there should be hospitality. Maybe there is something like hospitability also. Some examples about hospitality in the Bible. In the Proverbs, it says, if your enemies are hungry, give them bread to eat, and if they are thirsty, give them water to drink. So even to enemies we should show hospitality. And then in the Old Testament, there's a very strong underscoring of the responsibility for the well-being of widows, orphans, and strangers. 3 groups of people that didn't have the social security in the society during those days. So this is when the prophets criticize the rich and the kings, they very often use these 2 groups and the treatment of those as the criteria concerning the ethical standards of the society. And then Jesus said, and maybe this is about not showing hospitality depending on calculations and benefit for yourself. Then Jesus said to his host, when you give a luncheon or dinner, do not invite your friends, your brothers or sisters, your relatives or your rich neighbors. If you do, they may invite you back, so you will be repaid. But when you get to give a banquet, invite the poor, the crippled, the lame, the blind, and you will be blessed. Although they cannot repay you, you will be repaid at the resurrection of the righteous. And from the letters to the Hebrews, keep on loving one another as brothers and sisters. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Continue to remember those in prison as if you were together with them in prison, and those who are mistreated as if you yourselves were suffering. The first part reminds us of the story about Abraham, who received 3 strangers and showed them hospitality, and afterwards he found out that he actually were showing hospitality to God or to angels. And the other part refers to Jesus, who in the parable of the Last Judgment very strongly identifies with people in need Whatever you do to one of these, you do to me. And then the overseer of the congregation, actually the bishop. So this is what I and Kalle and Martin should be doing all the time. Now the overseer is to be above reproach, faithful to his wife, temperate, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable, able to teach, not given to drunkenness, not violent but gentle, not quarrelsome, not a lover of money. As maybe some of you know, I will resign this summer. Maybe I have noticed there are very hard criteria. Actually, I don't know what are the criteria for people working at the university. All of those, okay, I will find out in the autumn. And then, summing up, hospitality is important in Christian dogmatics and in ethics. In dogmatics, especially because God is told to be, that God shows hospitality. Communion with God is commonly depicted in the Bible as a feast, a wedding party, a reunion. And God is also in these narratives sometimes pictured as the stranger, as the unrecognized guest who should be taken good care of. And then the table fellowship of Jesus is something very important in his mission. And in the table fellowship, many borders are crossed when we look at who he is eating and drinking with. Borders, religious borders, moral borders, ethnic borders, gender borders, social borders, ritual borders. And by showing this radical equality, Jesus gives us an example for how we should treat each other. And many of the discussions he has in the Gospels with the Pharisees concerns who is worthy to be part of this table fellowship and what are we allowed to eat. And by indicating that we as God's people should not be afraid of breaking rules, but should show mercy to each other, Jesus shows what hospitality could look like at its best. And this is where I end with the exemplary hospitality. In the Bible, very often the people of Israel is reminded, remember that your ancestors were strangers. Something we seem to forget in the Scandinavian countries today, that many of our ancestors, my ancestors, went to other countries, other parts of the world in those days when it were hard times here in Finland to find living for themselves and their families. And then, as I said, we can meet Jesus in the stranger and in those in need of help. And in the most central thing of the life of the church, the Eucharist, Jesus is both the host, the food, and the guest. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Emerita Åsa Ringbom. Welcome.
Well, I will begin like everybody else, but thanking you, the organizers, for the invitation. Thank you very much. I would like to give you another sort of angle to the phenomenon of pilgrimage, what you can read from the arts. And that is because we do not have all that many written sources from documents from the Middle Ages which would exactly mention pilgrimage. Not that many from Finland. So I have a few of those, and I will of course take them as examples too. But here I start with the seals of Åland, the medieval seal from Åland around 1300, who is the center, that is Olav or Olov. But also in Uusimaa, Nyland, and in Satakunta, it's Olav. And I want to show you that he is really important in Finland. And it's because of the fact that in Åbo, Turku, a Dominican monastery was founded already in the 1250s. It was St. Olov's monastery. And the Dominicans, ever after in Finland, are closely connected with Olov, really. And another thing which is fascinating when we talk about the Dominicans is that Finland is unique in the world, or in the Catholic world, in that all of the country belongs to one diocese. That is the Turku or Åbo diocese. All of it is Dominican. So it's really, you can understand why this impact of St. Olov is so strong here. And well, I forgot to mention, I think this is a rather nice little detail, that Magnus Särkilax was negotiating with a church in Trondheim. He wanted to exchange relics. He wanted to get some relics of Olaf to the Cathedral of Åbo. And it was not dedicated to Olaf even. It was Henrik and Mary, but Olaf still, he wanted the relics. So. And now we start our pilgrimage. From Åbo or Turku, we go south, west through the archipelago. First we come to Pargas. And this sculpture of St. Olaf is no longer to be seen in the church, but it belongs to Pargas Church, and it's now in the National Museum. I don't think it is on display even, but still, it was connected to Olav. That's my point. Otherwise, Pargas Church is really beautiful. And we go further. We come to Nagu Church, where they have another unique thing. Most of the stained glass windows in Finland from the Middle Ages have been destroyed or disappeared. But in Nagu, we have originals in the chancel windows facing east, and one is of Olav, the other is Erik. And you know, I must say now that you probably know that they are equally important in Scandinavia, because we have Knut of Denmark, we have Olav of Norway, we have Erik of Sweden, and Henrik of Finland, all these national saints. So they are really important, all of them. And often they sort of, we see them together like this. And then we go further to Korpu. And here you have Olav twice. You have Olav in a sculpture, a wooden sculpture from sorry, some English has turned into Swedish miraculously. Anyway, and again, and that has even information that there were two sculptures, wooden sculptures of Olav in Korpu, but one is still to be seen. And then this, which is so interesting. Is there actually a light here? Yeah. Does it show? Oh. Ah. Well, anyway, this one here, this ship with this really naively painted person sitting at, steering the ship. It is an example of what in Finland, a southwestern Finnish phenomenon called the primitive paintings of southwestern Finland. And they are a big enigma. We don't understand how the bishop in Turku could accept such primitive paintings, but the fact is that he had them. Yeah, but the fact is that they were even in the Cathedral of Aboa. That is a ship. It's not easy to see, but it is there under a cover of glass. So they accepted it in the cathedral itself. And this is, we know it is Olav, although we don't see any of his typical symbols here. And you will soon see why we know it is Olav. So very strong Olav all the way from Åbo, Pargas, Nagu, Korpu. But then, and it is important when we talk about the waterway, we come to Kökar, Sottunga, Fögle, all with churches in the Middle Ages. No picture of Olav, no mention of Olav, not a sculpture, not a wall painting, nothing. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't have been part in the pilgrimage, but I think personally we can explain it because all of these islands had medieval churches that were torn down and rebuilt later. And maybe of course wall paintings were destroyed, but maybe also wooden sculptures were destroyed in that process. So we have to go, we are coming to closer, almost to the main island of Åland. We come to Lemböte Chapel, which is really an important place because that's, you may have heard about the Danish itinerary, which dates from Valdemar the Great, and it is from 1250 or something, and it does mention Lemböte, Linaböte. It does mention Kökar too, and Fögle, which is important. That's the medieval route from Denmark, along the Swedish coast, across Åland, and to Tallinn. So that is a really important, we must never forget that. So we lack maybe images, but we have this description of the sailing route. And this is nothing left here. It has been ruins for a long time without a roof, and it's restored rather recently. And anyway, it's an Olav's chapel, dedicated to Olav. So, this is a splendid St. Olav's church in Jumala. And the people in Jumala did not really understand what they had, because they had this church with this plan. And look at it now. They tore it down in 1830s with a huge cross nave added. They tore down the chancel with the stained glass windows. There are lots and lots of pieces of stained glass under the building now. Mats Dreyer told me, he confessed. He left them there in an excavation. So, anyway, this, and then when having done that, how shall I say, sin almost, they knew that it was a very special church because the first art historical expedition from the National Museum went there in 1871 and documented everything that was there left. and must have told them that this is extremely valuable. Still, they tore down the entire vault in the 1880s. And I'm saying that I have the names of all these people. I will publish it. Yeah. And this is a reconstruction of the beautiful, beautiful chancel of Jumala. You see, with the stained glass. And that was Gotland glass from 1250. We know that much from the little shards. And then all of this is imagination because it was torn down, but it must have been something like this. And then we do know that there were always one main altar in the chancel and then two side altars. That was in every church. And the southern side altar was dedicated to the patron of the church. So that must have been for Olav. And the sculpture is gone, but it must have been something like that. And this is Bo Ossian Lindberg who has done this reconstruction for me. So, and here on the northern side is always Mary. It's Mary's altar on the northern side. So this is pretty much what it must have been like. And I don't want to show you the picture of what it looks today. I am really angry. And this is nice because we have got something unique documentation preserved in Åland. It's called Acta Visitatoria. It is the Dean of Åland who kept records, complete records of all visitations he did from 1636 to 66. It didn't concern matters of the church only. It was about everything. About the health of people, about what the reading capability and everything. Everything. It's the most fantastic. And miraculously has survived. Because in the beginning of the 18th century, we had the Great Northern War, and then the Russians really burnt all the church archives. They didn't get to this, because this priest, the dean, Boetius Murenius, had a son-in-law who became priest after him in Saltvik and took the whole Visitatoria manuscript with him when he moved to Korpu and placed it there in the attic, where it was found in the beginning of 1900s by the only person in the world who would have known what they meant. And he had them published. So this was wonderful. And things like this, he says, Boetius Murenius, now there are standing 27 farmers. When St. Olov and his altar in the south are removed, there will be room for 9 more farmers and 6 more farmers in a row behind. So he was a practical man. He didn't mind tearing down Olov, but that's important. He didn't mind tearing down Olov. This is Vikström Church, and to the organizers of the pilgrimage, I will have to tell you that I hope that somehow you can include Vikström in the pilgrimage, because it is, now I'm boasting, the finest medieval building in Finland. The best preserved when it comes to architecture, wall paintings, sculptures, and even liturgy. The music has been intact. Dominican music, can you imagine? All of this. And it is the only place in Åland, or in this, along the pilgrim routes that we are discussing, where you actually have mentions about pilgrimage. And that is in Vikström. I'll show you some examples. Anyway, here is another example of the ship, the primitive painting, the ship. And here you see St. Olov. You see he has got his crowned, he has got his axe, and he is, this is no doubt at all, he is documented here. And this is the miraculous voyage which is was apparently also the painted in Korpu Church. And this is the famous legend when he was competing with his brother about the kingdom, and they decided to have a sailing race, and with the miraculous help of magical powers and trolls and whatnot, Olaf did win. So he got the kingdom. Anyway, just as an example, you look at that tower from Vikström, it is a copy of Turku Cathedral from 1400s. So again, this is the closest to Turku Cathedral in every way. You can see the influence from all, I mean, the music is the same. Every single piece of music from Vikström is in the Missale Aboense, except the music for Michael, because Turku had nothing to do with Michael. So, here is an important documentation. Look, 1335, Sigurdur Finastromiensis gets a letter from the Archbishop in Uppsala. And he says that the seal tithes, that is a taxation, which in earlier days was devoted to the building of the churches in the Åland Islands, will in the future be changed forever to be directed to the vicarage in each parish, considering the incredibly heavy burden they suffer housing all the guests. And you know that we are talking about hostages and everything, and the priests were obliged to take in all pilgrims. And that must have been quite a problem, but they were obliged to do that. And especially in Vikström, they were considered to get part of the taxation to help them. And here, this is the crucifix in Vikström, and another sort of original document from the Middle Ages is that this Peder Jönsson, he was a rich man in the from Grälsbygård, and he had killed somebody. Peder Jönsson had killed somebody, and he was sentenced to this, to make pilgrimage to the following 6 places. First, Olov in Trondheim, Erik in Uppsala, the Holy Blood of Skokloster, Eskil i Eskilstuna, David in Munktorp, and Birgitta of Vadstena. So this is a concrete sort of judgment to a criminal, that you can, yes, you can save yourself doing these things. And then there is another information that one of the priests in Vikström went on a pilgrimage to Rome in the year 1350, where he died in the plague. It had just started. That was the real catastrophe of medieval Europe. It had just started. Then we come to Hamalan Church. We are moving further west all the time, and Hamalan Church is a Catherine church. It's not dedicated to Olov, and we don't have him here in the altarpiece, which I have reconstructed here. But we have another. Again, we must remember Boetius Murenius, the Visitation. He says the interior of the church has been kept unclean with all sorts of debris, hundreds of human skulls, barrels of tar, images and wooden pieces. In the porch, a big stone altar. All of this was cleared in the Visitation. The image of St. Olov and his altar were also removed. And that is the same. Again, you see, he doesn't like Olov. And here we now go towards the east from Vikström. We come to the Church of Sund, which is a splendid church, which has a beautiful wooden sculpture from around 1320 from Gotland. It's now in the Turku castle, in the museum. And so anyway, here we continue our quest for Olavs in churches. The Church of Borgå, further east again, is apparently also dedicated to Olav. But that's a church today which is very much late. Only the tower is medieval. The rest is all rebuilt in the 18th century. But the dedication still remains. And out in the archipelago, now we are talking about the northern route, out in the archipelago in Brendö, again a church you see from 1893 with this miraculously fine altarpiece. And here we have the crowning of the Virgin, and we have Birgitta, and here we have Olav. And this should have been slightly earlier. We have a church in Lemland next to Lemböte, also, where they have, again in the wing, the same Birgitta and Olav. They go together quite often like this. So there are quite a few images of Olav still in the churches. And now we are north of Turku, north of Åbo. We are in Maria, St. Maria, we are in Kalanti. You see primitive sailings, miraculous sailings. And there are other images of Olav as well, but I haven't got the time to take them all. But I want to me it seems that this depiction in primitive style of his miraculous navigation is a symbol of the pilgrimage somehow, because it gets repeated so often. Now, this is an image of main Åland and Brendö. You can see here are it's very strange that Kumlinge doesn't have an Olav, but it's the fact they don't have an Olav. But here, Kökar, Föglö, and Sottunga, they have none. And I have marked in red what I think is the northern route, and in blue the southern route. I think that there were two alternative routes. And and you can see this great gap between Korpu and Lumpaland or Lemland. And the Brendö one fits beautifully into the northern route to Turku, and they might have had something to go back on. This is an image of the very old postal road across Åland. And you can see that's almost identical to the northern route with the Olav images. And the southern one here is what I mentioned. It is the itinerary of that I already mentioned from Valdemarstein from 1250. And that follows the southern route. So both the northern route and the southern route had got models to go back on. And we know the postal road, I have been trying to check it further, it must be older than Christianity, because along the mainland of Åland you go across the Iron Age burial mounds are lining that road. So it is prehistoric, that route. So that is a fact. This is, I want to finish with this one, that you all might have heard that the Reformation destroyed images from the Middle Ages. And I have to say it's a sad thing that you should know that, because that's the one thing people, all our teachers were telling, and we remember it, and please do forget it. It's not true. They were not destroyed. We know from Åland that, and from the Visitatoria, and from Luther himself, and from church books, that the Lutherans did not want to destroy any images. No. And so when the wall paintings were whitewashed, it happened hundreds of years after the Reformation, and it was because the walls were dirty. And here comes the dean, Boetius Muranius, repeatedly says about wooden sculptures, if they are old and dirty and rotten, put them aside in skräpkammare, never to destroy. Except one exception. I have told them 2 exceptions today already. That is, Olov has to be destroyed. Well, anyway, it seems that he was too popular in Åland. So Boetius Muranius didn't mind tearing down moving his altars, taking his sculptures away. And that is interesting because we know that at the same time he ordered new paintings and sculptures of St. George. He liked him. So this is it. I hope you remember now that it was not the Reformation that did any harm to the medieval images in the churches. So thank you.
The discussion continues. Visit Finland has provided valuable support for St. Olav Waterway in publicizing the Pilgrim route internationally. It is my pleasure to welcome Susanna Markkula, Program Manager of Visit Finland.
Okay, let's try. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was fascinating, and I'm sorry I feel very dull now. I don't have such fascinating stories to tell you, but anyway, culture tourism is very interesting. And I'd also like to congratulate for St. Olav Waterway. And I feel this day is very important for Finnish cultural roots and also for culture tourism. The combination of cultural roots and tourism, it doesn't need much explanations. The combination, the relationship is obvious, though the origins of cultural roots becomes from the diverse heritage of Europe and willingness to show it, to introduce it, and bring places and people together, and teach people to learn from this shared history and culture. Of course, the values there behind are very important. Human rights, cultural diversity, intercultural dialogue, and exchanges over borders. These are very important today also, as we all know. But if we look this relationship, cultural roots and tourism from the point of view of international traveler, so we notice that those drivers, those motives they have when they start their trips or make the decisions for their trips, they are quite good for this cultural route theme. So people today want to know the local culture, to get acquainted with the local people, learn from the history, enjoy from the culinary culture and the local food. And they also are seeking for destinations with an interesting history. And this is very often we think in Finland that when we compare our history to the bigger cultural nationalities like France or Italy and so on, so it feels that we don't have such tempting themes and events or sites. But cultural roots, and when we are talking today about St. Olov, so these are exactly that kind of history and stories that make this our history and our sites very interesting and differentiated from the other parts of the Europe. One of the big trends at the moment is live like a local trend. As you notice, people want to find places that are a little bit off the beaten. People in their nature, the culture, museums, festivals, local festivities, food again. It's a very important part of every kind of tourism. Also the famous sites and buildings. But we shouldn't forget that these days traveler wants the accommodation to be good quality, though they are seeking for more unique and interesting places like unfortunately our chain hotels normally can offer. And other megatrends also support the cultural route tourism. People, as I said already, they are looking for emerging destinations that are not so very well known for people. And this is also from the point of view that people are starting to avoid crowds. Getting acquainted of culture, though is it a famous painting or a museum or architecture, so it's nicer to enjoy it when you are not in a big crowd and you don't have to paddle your way to the work. Sustainability is a very important theme today from all of its different parts, like ecological, economical, cultural and social points. And cultural routes are a perfect example of a sustainable way of tourism. The new consumer groups, as I have written there, I mean the younger generations, like there has been a lot of talk about millennials, people around the 30s, and then also this Z generation around the 20s. So they behave a little bit different way than the older generations. So they are very used to and very willing to plan their trips themselves, make the itineraries, and find all the interesting places. And they have already born to the internet, to the digital world. So they begin their trip from the digital world, and then they end it when they give their recommendations and and share their experiences. Healthy lifestyle, that's one important thing today. Normally it's thought about wellness and the food and exercise you get, but we shouldn't forget that all architecture and accommodation and design in all places, that's very important from the health point of view also. Slowing down, getting into the nature is the thing now in Europe too, but in Asia especially. And that's something Finland and the Nordic countries can really offer. This was already mentioned today, but it's worth of saying it again. So culture tourism is one of the fastest growing sectors in tourism, almost 15% annually. There are other good points in culture tourism too. They stay almost 2 days longer than the other tourists. They spend almost 40% more, and they take at least one more trip per year more than the others. So this is a very valuable segment. And we, Visit Finland made a research for our target groups a couple of years ago. And we examined our main markets like UK, Germany, Japan and China, and wanted to know what are the segments we find there and what are the segments we should first target to. But the interesting thing here is that this is not especially Finland, this is the general opinions from the respondents who have already made a trip to Europe or Nordic countries. So they find the culture very important for their motivation to travel. So it's like in cities, those city breakers that take short vacations to big cities, and then the authentic lifestyle seekers. That means that they really are willing to find local, genuine ways of living, get to know people, to take part to the festivals, visit museums, take part to making food themselves with the local ingredients, try local handicrafts, and so on. I don't have the next slide here. I usually show, but when we then look for how it shows for Finland, then these cultural segments vanish and all the nature concentrated segments stay. So that doesn't mean that we wouldn't have culture, but it means that Finland, and I think it's a little bit the thing with Sweden and Norway too, we are mostly known for our nature. So we have a lot of things to do to raise the knowledge of our cultural heritage and cultural events and museums for the big audiences. It comes slowly but needs a lot of work, and that's why cultural roots are extremely important. So cultural roots are they are like a backbone or red thread what brings together the team, all the local companies, cultural sites. It's like a good base to to begin the cooperation with all the actors. And one thing today which is very good for cultural roots is these people want to have like road trips, to fly to a country and then hire a car and drive around and get acquainted with places. So people want out of the big cities. And then like cultural routes, though they would be mostly like pilgrimage routes, of course they are for hikers or for bicycles, but they are good itineraries for also those who want to make the tour with a car. People need itineraries, some ideas what to do, what to see, and where to find those. As you all know, digital world is very handy, but sometimes it's quite chaotic. If you want to start searching for something, where to begin? And that's one important question in tourism too. The world is full of different channels and full of information, but where do we find Turku, and where would we find St. Olav's Waterway? But happiness is good, and today is the day of happiness, but there are still challenges. Though I think St. Olav's Waterway have done everything in a quite good way and is a good example how to make it through. But for other cultural routes in Finland who are on the way to develop their route and find a good themes and good cooperation around it, they have these kind of challenges. You need always money to do it. You need somebody to do it. How to manage it so it's just not for this year and next year, but it would be stable, the development. And also the recognition of cultural roots for the regional economy and development. I think as well as I have learned from the cultural roots in Europe, so I think we have quite a lot to do in Finland still to recognize the advantages the cultural roots give when developing the region. We talk today in tourism a lot with the unique selling points, and it means that what is the thing in one for instance for a museum or cultural route or for Turku region or for Finland that gets the international traveler to make the decision to come here. Because the world is full of supply in tourism, and the most things can be found more nearer than in Finland. But these unique selling points, they can be found, but it's a rehearsal that should be done now and then, and the first work should be done very, very well. Cooperation is a word that I couldn't repeat more. Everything starts from it, and especially when we are talking about culture and tourism, and those two who work in very different way. The others are making business and the others not, and to find together those win-win situations, the equality in it, so everybody is happy with the solutions. finally, I wanted to peek to this regional view. This is for Coast and Archipelago region. We have divided Finland in 4 regions. Those are Coast and Archipelago, Lakeland, Lapland, and the Helsinki region. And in the first box on the left, you can find those main contents, what Finland can offer, what are the Finnish messages. We have those unique selling points, like our national parks, our UNESCO heritage sites, extraordinary accommodation, living in tree, in igloo, whatever. The wildlife, sauna, of course, and the local culture. Then we come to the Coast and Archipelago region. What is special here? The lighthouses, wooden towns. There are a lot of ironwork villages. And then the archipelago, the islands and island hopping, as we call it. And that comes to St. Olav Waterway. And then here on the right side, there are those elements we should keep repeating in every level, in St. Olav Waterway level, in this Coast Archipelago level. The island lifestyle is very important. The Swedish-speaking Finland, something unique. Movements. Åland and the autonomous state. The sea, living by the sea. And also the sea as the source of livelihood. Very interesting things for those who don't know the island and living by the sea life so very well. But thank you once more.
The next speaker this afternoon is Bishop Martin Lind, Chairperson of Pilgrim i Sverige. Welcome.
Okay, so dear friends, you really want another lecture after all this speaking? Okay, my friends, I will be short, only 15 or 20 minutes I think is given to me. Life give, no, it's wrong. Water gives life, and water takes life. And that is an essential perspective on all pilgrimages, I would say today. Pilgrimages started in the very early days of Christianity, we know that. And it was in Rome that the word pilgrim was founded, the peregrinus. The peregrinus were people who moved from their own places and came to Rome to visit the places where the first apostles were killed, or died. And they were called peregrini, pilgrims, foreigners. They came over the fields. They were not living in Rome. It was never in the beginning the thought that those foreigners were foreigners to this world. Never. They were foreigners for the inhabitants of Rome. Only later in the Christian tradition, mainly the pietistic movement, I would say, the word pilgrim became a word for foreigners for this world, which was absolutely unknown in the beginning. The pilgrim tradition, as we all know, blossomed very much in the medieval time. And the reformers, the Martin Luther and his friends, they were against it because it was misused in the 16th century. They were not really, I would say, against pilgrimages, but they were against the misuse of pilgrimage, which is quite another thing. And if you go to the development after Martin Luther and the reformers, you can clearly see how the word pilgrim is used in the devotional life, in meditations, in reflections, in books. The most famous, of course, is John Bunyan's book, Pilgrim's Progress, from the 17th century, loved by people in many groups of the evangelical tradition. So it was really not forbidden, not at all, but they were not walking. They were thinking, reflecting, meditating, but they were really not walking on pilgrimages in those days. That is true. I read many years ago a thick book from Germany about Christian faith, Evangelische Erwachsenenkatechismus. I think that was 1,300 pages. In 1,300 pages, they tried to explain what is the Christian faith today. Not one single paragraph on pilgrimage, 1975. And when I go to the Catholic tradition, I read the official Roman Catholic dogmatic catechism from the early 1990s. And I think there was 4 occasions where I found the word pilgrim. All of those 4 occasions in the marginal. Not very important things, but we know they're also pilgrims, of course. So what happened in Europe in the 1980s and 1990s and the early 21st century? What happened really? Well, I don't know. I think that's a good subject for research. What happened in those days, both in the evangelical and in the Catholic tradition? Something really new happened when people started to walk on pilgrimages, when it was attractive to break up from the ordinary life and to go for a pilgrimage, to go for something which had a clear start and a clear end. You may say that in the 20th century we had the society movement where people were chairpersons or secretaries or what you call them, treasurers, and it was very fine, very good to be a chairperson, to be a secretary, to be a treasurer, and there was a democratic school in those societies in the Nordic countries and all over Europe actually. But in the 21st century, it is not really so attractive anymore to be chosen as chairperson or secretary. And for those societies who have no end, they will go forever, forever, forever. And they will have their 100 jubilees or 200 jubilees of those societies. The pilgrimage is something completely different, with a clear start and a clear end. And there's no promises whatever after the end. I think that's one part of the attractions of the pilgrimage, but there is certainly much, much more. Now, back to water. Water gives life. Water takes life. It is a dialectical pattern, which I think is extremely important to underline. It is in the Jewish Christian tradition, it is in the Christian specific tradition. Both have this kind of dialectic view of water. Let me give you some examples. A little theology may not harm. In the Hebrew Bible, the foundation for the Jewish tradition, and as well a part of the Christian Bible, of course, water belongs to the prehistoric phenomenon. Water was before the creation, actually. It's in Genesis, the first book of Moses, chapter 1, verse 2. A wind from God swept over the face of the water. And in the creation, it is an act of God separating the waters from the waters. In a way, God did not create water. Water was there as a prehistoric element. It was necessary, presupposition for the existence. Water was there from the very beginning, and it was a good power. Water is a gift by God. I quote Psalm 65. You visit the earth and water it. You greatly enrich it. The river of God is full of water. You provide the people with grain, for so you have prepared it. You water its furrows abundantly, settling its ridges, softening it with showers, and blessing its growth. So water is in the Hebrew Bible certainly a good power, saving the people of Israel through the Red Sea. And in one of the most famous Psalms, number 23, it is said, the Lord makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. And maybe one of the most beautiful passages in the Hebrew Bible, which I myself love very much, is the prophet Jeremiah chapter 17. I quote, blessed are those who trust in the Lord. They shall be like a tree planted by water, sending out its roots by the stream. It shall not fear when heat comes, and its leaves shall stay green. In the years of drought, it is not anxious, and it does not cease to bear fruit. It's beautiful poetry, really. So there is also a negative view on water. The most famous in the Hebrew Bible is the flood, which killed all living except Noah and his wife, and all the animals Noah brought with him in the ark. Water now becomes a punishment by God, a punishment for human egoism and calculation. Water becomes a symbol for something you cannot trust, a water that fails. A water is a sign for the powers that reduce human beings. After all violence that human beings have done, God is judging through the prophet Ezekiel, for instance. I quote, mortal, eat your bread with quaking, and drink your water with trembling and with fearfulness, and say to the people of the land, thus says the Lord God, concerning the inhabitants of Jerusalem in the land of Israel, they shall eat their bread with fearfulness, and drink their water in dismay. I could continue, as you understand, but I won't do that. So, also in the New Testament, you find this dialectical pattern, and that's one of a lecture, but I will give you only a short example, and a central example of the teaching of the New Testament in St. Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 6, about baptism. You know, baptism is a central passage in this Christian doctrine. To be baptized means, according to St. Paul, that the body is lowered in the water as a symbolic act for death. Human beings are drowned, they die, in order to resurrect when the body is lifted up from the water. The understanding is clear. In the baptism, the human beings die with Christ in order to resurrect with Christ into a new life. That which is dying is the selfishness, the egoism, the calculation, the human humiliation, or with an older language, the old human being, the old man. A new human being resurrects out of this. Baptism gives us an understanding, an interpretation of our life. In the deepest experience of despair, there still is hope. So this dialectical pattern is quite important or essential. It's found in the Jewish Christian tradition, it's found in the specific Christian documents. Now my thesis is the following. This dialectical pattern is found, or in similar ways, found in all human experience. It is not an addition, particularly for the Christian tradition or for the Jewish tradition. It is found in all human experience. Christian faith underlines what we already know. Christian faith gives us a mirror of our general human experience. Look here on your life, and you will find yourself. You live in a dialectical way. Here our experience is made crystal clear. Christian belief makes it unavoidable to accept this dialectical pattern. And that is important because every human being has a tendency to deny the negative part of the dialect. But the Christian faith will continually tell you it is impossible to live without this dialectical pattern. It belongs to life for everybody. Now I want at last to give you one more perspective, and that is connected with my first part. I will end then. Only one part. Our lives are greater than ourselves. Our lives are greater than ourselves. It's an old Christian insight. And water reminds us of the impossibility for human beings to control the existence. Human beings cannot totally master the power of water. We have many examples of this. Water is given to us in the rain, not by human effort, but as a good gift. And water is in the tsunami, a killing power, overwhelmingly strong, not possible for human beings to rule or control. Water is a gift from God. Water is a symbol of God, a symbol of life. Water helps us to see and accept that life always is bigger than yourself. Human beings have a temptation to control, to possess their own life. And that's especially obvious after the Enlightenment in what we call modernity. God is here replaced by ratio, by sense. The temptation implies the perspective of making human existence a thing, a glass, a thing that you can lift up and control and master, rule over. But our life is always greater than ourselves. It is an illusion to be able to control your life. It is simply not true. Our lives are greater. And you need not to be religious to understand that. Now my point finally. Pilgrimage on water has an important role to play. This kind of pilgrimage underlines the impossibility for human beings to rule their own lives. Pilgrimage is an act of an ongoing movement. Water is a power that no single human being can master. It's simply greater than all human beings. Therefore, my friends, water in the pilgrimage tradition is a crucial agent, liberating, opening new windows, contributing to a life close to life's origin. Thank you.
Olavsleder i Finland is a registered association recently founded that will have a major role in maintaining the continuation of the pilgrim route on the Finnish side. I welcome the chairperson, Björn Nalle Öhman.
Wow. A lot has been said about Olov, and I think I will be very short now. My main concern is the happiness of this hour and the happiness in being able to open this route to Nidaros. Second, I want to say is it's very wonderful that different kind of peoples join together to make this possible. Not only the people from the church, but from the Visit Finland and ordinary people. That gives me hope because the demands concerning the future are very great. And I think the idea of pilgrimage and traveling by foot is perhaps a key for us. If we want to move on, we need just to be present in our walking. Well, that was difficultly said, but concerning this route, we are just in the beginning, and we have some visions of the future. We want to expand to east. We want to go to St. Petersburg and Novgorod, if possible, and make this route a big route in the northern Europe. But there are still also interesting paths to take to the inner mainland of Finland, going to Olavinlinna, Olofsborg, and perhaps to the north by the coast to Vasa and there over to Sundsvall and to Nidaros. And it will take a lot of work. So today I really don't want to think about that. But I would like to stress the point that we also need new answers in Christianity. The old answers are not enough. And I just want to end this very short speech with a prayer. It's a prayer by Thomas Mårten. Prayer of Pilgrim. My Lord God, I have no idea where I'm going. I do not see the road ahead of me. I cannot know for certain where it will end. Nor do I really know myself. And the fact that I think that I am following your will does not mean that I am actually doing so. But I believe that the desire to please you does in fact please you. And I hope I have that desire in all that I am doing. I hope that I will never do anything apart from that desire. And I know that if I do this, you will lead me by the right road, though I may know nothing about it. Therefore will I trust you always, though I may seem to be lost and in the shadow of death. I will not fear, for you are ever with me, and you will never leave me to face my prayers alone. Amen.
Next, musician Sofia Salin will entertain us, not by playing music, but instead by giving a speech. I know we're a little bit behind in our schedule right now, but during the break, I had questions from other delegates. Who are you? Where are you from? Because the two of you made a great impression. So if you could just in a couple of sentences open up who you are, then I have done my work.
Olav Haraldsson, he was a person who moved around a lot. Yes? And for example, he was in England and France and here and there and everywhere, of course. And I'm sure he was very good in keeping his men in good shape and in a happy mood on the boats, you know. And we're here in this room together because of pilgrimage and about both walking and sailing. So I would like to ask you to stand up, because now we will cooperate, and you will do the walking, and we will illustrate the sailing. So just walk in place, and you know, you have to walk for a long time in pilgrimage. So just walk on. And we will play an English sailor's tune, sailor's hornpipe. And be aware, because somewhere in this walk, someone needs to have a little bit of rest. And we just start again. Concepts around pilgrim routes, we like to find music that comes from along that specific route. So with music from this St. Olov path in Medelpad, where I live, which goes to Trondheim, of course, we can find a lot of music. But now there's this new, and you already see the flag, of course. And there's a beautiful song that we sing a lot in Sweden. I believe maybe you do that in Finland also. Vem kan segla förutan vind? And it's told to be from Åland. And you all agree on that. And for you who don't know, it's a very sad song about that it's impossible to say goodbye to a good friend without tears. song. And if anyone is interested, I also have an English translation. You can ask me afterwards if you like. But I can tell all of you that in Ruthenia, or Gårdarike as it was called, Russia in that time, women who got married tied golden bands around their head. So this poem from Olav tells about this woman who has tied golden bands around her head in Gårdarike in Ruthenia. Yeah, Olav, he was a man of many skills. You can see a good sailor, a poet, and he was known to be a very strong man and a very clever warrior. And he also had this very strong vision to unite Norway, and he implemented new Christian laws in the country and so forth. For me, working with St. Olavsleden, and it has made me very interested, as you can see in the tales around and the history around it. And the personalities, actually maybe most as they live here on the earth, what they did and what happened, and the human feelings and all this. What I like about pilgrimage is that this is something that many big religions in the world have in common, to make pilgrimages. And we are many people in here and around in Norden, the northern countries, and around the world. We work with the different paths. They have been mentioned here before, and there are lots of more. And I just feel sometimes that we have to remember the big picture and not be too concentrated on this is our path and this and that. But as here, every route leads to Nidaros, and there are other goals, and they are kind of global and togetherness. I also think of this as an ecumenical thing. And I think it's fantastic that when you come to Stiklestad, this small place, and stand in the middle, you can see a church, a Lutheran church, and a Catholic chapel, and an Orthodox service place also. And yeah, I like it. Olav unites the big directions in Christianity in a good way. So I have already sung a song from the Orthodox Church, and in the beginning from the Lutheran Church, or Nidaros. So I would like to add now, of course, the Catholic part of this. And for me, also working with pilgrimage is with these personalities. I have two more besides Saint Olov and Saint Anna of Novgorod, and that is Saint Bridget, of course, Sancta Birgitta. She is a pilgrimage giant, really. It has been told that she went to Nidaros, and she went to Santiago de Compostela, and to Rome, and to Jerusalem. And that is quite a thing to do in the 14th century. As we've already been told, she's often together with Olav in pictures and other places. So I've been asked that make you move a little, and you, thanks, you were very good. But here's the second one, and I think you can remain sitting, because if you stand up, many people will not see. I will read now a song. It's a song about Saint Bridget. I will sing afterwards, but first in English, and I make these movements, and you're welcome to join. You can also just put your instrument away and I had the hat and nothing, do after me, follow me. It's about Saint Bridget as a rose. And this is for me the sign of dew, dag, which you can find in flowers. Rose with dew of sheer goodness, star glistening of clarity, O Bridget, vessel of grace, nådens kärl. Bestow with the dew, heaven's love, himmelens kärlek. Dabs of life's purity, livets renhet. To this world full of tears. In i denna tårevärld. Nu sjunger jag på latin den här. For me, I hope that these roots also will inspire many people to do cultural projects and to make the history alive. Here's the book about Ingegerd Olofsdotter. I think you can find it only in Swedish nowadays, but we'll see what happens. I'm just now trying to make a big project with the northern countries and Russia and Ukraine also. I want to write a piece about Ingegerd's life and try to evolve children from these countries to kind of co-write it. So we'll just see where that lands. But we can make. I also have a dream to make a pilgrimage for at least 4 days, and I can tell and sing about one saint per day, just go deeper in all of them, these personalities. I would like to add Hildegard of Bingen also, because she has this about the greenness, viriditas, that it's healing to be in the nature. And so I find her also a pilgrim saint, or person. She's not a saint, is she? Hildegard of Bingen? No, I don't think so. Yeah, she's many things, has written lots of music. Yeah. So, stop now. We prepared some new movements for you here today. I don't remember if I had one. Yeah, this is from, where is this from? Can someone more than you tell? Yeah, it's Hamardomen, an old place along Gudbrandsdalsleden, another pilgrim's route in Norway. Okay, here is a text, and it will soon have a melody also, but the text is about sailing. Hey, ho, sailing, tying bands, and in heaven we'll meet again, regent and friend, this text. So about sailing, I don't know the sign for sailing in sign language is like this, but I will leave it to you to illustrate sailing. You can do it as you like. I think use your creativity. So hey ho, sailing, tying bands, connecting, and in heaven we'll meet again, regent and friend. And here comes the melody. It's like this. Hey ho, I just show where the music notes are, and then we'll make the movements. So hey ho, sailing, tying bands. Try that. Hey ho, sailing, tying bands. And then, and in heaven. Try that. And in heaven. And then, we'll meet again, regent and friend. Okay? We'll meet again, regent and friend. Yes, please stand up. Here we go. Hey ho, sailing, tying bands, and in heaven we'll meet again, regent and friend. Hey ho, sailing, tying bands, and in heaven we'll meet again, regent and friend. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. At this point, I would like to remind you of 6 o'clock at Turku Cathedral. This evening prayer will be conducted by Bishop Carlo Kalliala, Archdiocese of Turku. I would also like everybody who's been part of the St. Olav Waterway project group in one way or the other to stay here after the seminar ends so that we can have a group picture taken. The seminar will end with some more beautiful music by our talented musicians, Sofia Salin and Olle Linde. But before this, it is my pleasure to invite the Head of Research and Development in Bioeconomy of Norway University of Applied Sciences, Marianne Fred, to deliver the closing remarks of the seminar. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I said yes to doing this, I had no idea how difficult it would be. I am completely humbled by what we have heard today. It's been a great seminar. It's been a wonderful day having a job like mine, going to seminars like this. And I would like to start by thanking each and everyone that has delivered a talk, sang with us, moved with us, and talked about happiness. So please join me in thanking all the speakers. But I would also like to take the opportunity to thank a group of people who have not been perhaps mentioned that much today. These people have done about 10 test walks, come rain or shine, and snow also came. They have been imperative in getting information and data for planning this route. They benchmark the digital solutions for European trekking routes. They have organized workshops for entrepreneurs along this route. They have also looked at the accessibility of the route in Finland. They have written 2 bachelor exams. I would like to mention To Meet the Customers' Expectations by Matilda Engström and Marketing for Generations Y and Z by Markus Backman. And they have organized this event today and all the bookings for the walks starting tomorrow. These are the students of Novia from the degree program in tourism management and business administrations. And if there are any of you in this room now, would you please come here and join me? In total, there have been about 50 students working in this project at Novia. And I would like to continue by getting more people up on stage. I'd like to thank the project personnel who have been working ever so hard in this project all through and will be going strong still for a long time. Nina Söderlund, Aboa Akademi, please join me. And James Simpson, Pargastad. Would you please join me? Anna-Karin Abrahamsson from Novia. Please join me. And do we have Kenneth Lundström from Sottunga? Is Kenneth here? Let's applaud him anyway. Hope he's watching. Kiina Skedvall. Are you here? Let's applaud her anyway. Maybe she's watching. Stefan Edensvärd from Östhammar kommun. Thank you. And Patrik Sjölin from Söderhamn. And Christian Plejell from Föreningen Franciscus på Sjökar. Christian is not here, but thank you. And I would also like to have the steering group of the project present here on stage, because most projects today also have a steering group. And I'd like to start with Mona Riska. Of Akademi. And Teresia Blomberg. Are you here? Yes, you are. Maria Svensson, I have not seen today, but let's applaud her anyway. Kerstin Jednes from Sjökar. Peter Jansson. Can you manage? And Elisabeth Andersson. So these are the people here who have been working really hard to make all of this possible, and there are people watching who have also been participating in making all of this possible. So please, thank them once more. Thank you, and now you can have really great group photos already. Yes, and Maria reminded us about the Vesper, and the walk will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
this occasion. And we just thought we need a happy sailors song.
Men om det ska gå, han stannar.